there, kitties. I'm Kari, the vacuum witch. Are we on? Looks like we're on. How are you today? Because I'm a little bit tired, but still pretty nice. Yesterday it was the first anniversary of the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope, and I was a little bit surprised that Fran didn't cover it. Quite an important anniversary, at least for me, being the space nerd. And it's been there for over a year, and there were also some problems with it, like the how was this instrument called? One of the infrared instruments got a malfunction underway, and NASA was seriously fearing that this is not gonna work anymore. But looks like they fixed it, and then it turned out that then the Webb telescope found some images, some evidence that the universe might be shrinking. I don't exactly know what it was about, because I didn't have time to read up on the thing, but some discoveries made using the Webb telescope. In fact, they might be somewhat what was the word for it? Very low frame rate. No. Well, on my end it's perfect, but let me see it. I've got no alarms on my side. What's going on with it? Okay, now got some problems. Mission control confirms problems beyond our systems. Looks like now it's a little bit better. Infrared floodlight. Interesting. But I can direct the lamp at the bench so that it doesn't shine so brightly. Yeah, fiddling with the lights. Just some experimenting, and it will be pretty good. The channel is taking off pretty nicely lately, like 284 subscribers now. That's quite nice, and I'm wondering if it will reach 300 and got those holiday lights that I made using an Arduino. Should be a little bit more visible. Malfunctioning space program. Yeah, camera compensating, I guess. Like, I'm using a Logitech stream cam camera right above my monitor that... oh yeah, that's better. And I use OBS in Linux. Hello, Kitty. Coco, you will be shown to the public. How do you feel about it? You're free to go. Mandatory cat showing is complete. Not Z80. No, I don't have any Z80. I don't even have a Commodore C64. Looks like the cat wants some attention from me. Or from you. Also a project that I haven't even posted on Hackaday yet, but I'm working on this one. One moment, please. We've got feline-related problems, but this is the AC1 audio computer that I'm working on modifying the hardware, modifying the software. Now it's mostly the programming work, but see this? This is the control board, and I totally redesigned the control electronics on this audio computer. Got the schematics somewhere here. Where was it? Should be pretty visible. Of course, I will post it on Hackaday. I just need to upload the photos and write some description. Anyway, this audio computer serves three purposes. One is controlling the power for the hi-fi system, and I modified it because previously it turned on all the power at once, Now I wanted to first turn on the power to the system apart from amplifiers, and then I want to turn on the amplifiers just in case I've got solid state amplifiers in the system. This is quite improbable with the rack that I will have controlled by this because I've got a tube amplifier, but still I want to ensure that all the preamps, all the mixers that are earlier in the signal chain are fully on, and their parameters have stabilized, so that there are no cracks, no pops, none of that ugly rubbish, and only then turn on the amplifiers. Stock computers, throw them in the trash. No, this is not a stock computer. The module it uses is an Orange Pi PC Plus, and I chose this one because it has a SATA connector for a hard disk drive. Because the controller, it not just the computer, the embedded system doesn't only control the power, but it also acts as a network attached storage for my music library. It also acts as a networked audio interface. Hopefully I can get it to run with pipewire or jack, but if I need to use pulse audio, then I will use pulse audio. Anyway, it has a Behringer UCA 222 audio interface on the output, and a bunch of one-to-one signal transformers. You see here. Those convert the unbalanced outputs and inputs to balanced, because you know, I'm a pro audio nerd, and I have been a pro audio nerd since 2000, when I worked, when I volunteered at a campus radio. Well, even before that, because in high school I ran the public address system at the events in the gym, and that's how I started with professional-ish audio equipment. Of course, I read a lot about the thing, like on Elliot Sound page, the one that Dave Jones is pretty fond of. That's where I learned tons of stuff about audio. Let me share a link with you, because you might find it interesting. Elliot Sound Products. Here, grab it. Mick is starting to fail. No, Joe. Static electricity from the cat. Is it the Van de Meow generator? Van de Meow generator. By the way, yesterday at the Usagi Electric Discord, I got a clue about something called the Slayer Exciter. It's a Tesla coil with a flyback generator. I think I will be doing that as a project at some point next year. Even if just because it sounds so cool. Slayer Exciter. Make it out of metal and throw it out the trash. Stan, that's something for ya. Looks like there's hardly anyone watching at this point. And I wanted to show you the quick launch video from the Webb Telescope. Hope that is gonna work.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting.
Nah. Looks like I'm seeing a black screen on the output. OBS shenanigans, of course. Let's try again. Nah. It's no use, it's just too much recombobulating. Like, trying to set it up when running live, rather than trying to do it in my own pace. Cancelled in a black hole. Black holes. Who knows? Who knows what exactly is there? Anyway, yeah, I'm done talking about this one. Might talk about those those holiday lights because I got a string of lights from a guy at our local hackerspace. He didn't really need it. He thought it was all damaged, but when I got it, I used something like 4 of them because I needed it for a project, the radioactivity lamp. And then I had the leftover something like 49 of them. And when I saw the post, the picture from FranLab with Christmas light, I reminded myself that I might not have commercially available lights, but I had this thing, and I thought that I might try using the Adafruit NeoPixel library. And an example from the Adafruit NeoPixel library to see if I can get them to work. And it did. A little bit flashy, a lot of blinken lights. Nicht Gefinke bocken und bisschen graben. Hope you're not Doom Cop. Anyway, those lights. I put them up yesterday and decided that they will stay for today. Then I will need the Arduino for uploading a firmware to one microcontroller, because I'm making an amplifier that has a switchable input and remote controlled volume pot. And I'm using a 80 tiny 45 for controlling the switch and the volume control. There was a project from one electronics magazine, and I'm using the code from that project. It's not exactly the source code, but it's a binary file compiled for 80 tiny 45. I wanted to use 80 tiny 13, but it didn't want to upload, so I had to get a 45. And now I'm getting a little problem with it, because it looks like the chip that I got has fuse bits set to work with an external 20 megahertz crystal oscillator. I don't want any crystal oscillators in the circuits, so I will probably have to resort to downloading some upgraded, beefed up code for an Arduino as in-system programmer that also simulates the crystal oscillator. From what I read, the Adafruit made a library for that, and I'm gonna try that one after I free up the Arduino. Yeah, DIY lights. It needs Bluetooth connectivity. Why? Like, for me it would be overcomplicating things. I like doing things plain and simple. Simple is better than complex. Complex is better than complicated. And I'd rather not not include too much functionality that I don't need. I had a tendency to include too much functionality with my projects before, but then I learned to stay reasonably simple. Reasonably, I'm saying, because it's like not complicating the projects beyond their usefulness. Because if you overcomplicate a project, you will have harder time debugging it, figuring out what's going on inside, because there's way more variables you have to deal with. On the other hand, when making projects, you really have to know about the future of the project. Like, is it the minimum viable? Is it the minimum viable product now? And do you want to add some more functionality for the future? If so, you have to keep it in mind when designing and building the product, when doing your project, because some architectural patterns are pretty easy to implement. They allow for extending the project, adding some new functionality without a big problem with it. Otherwise, you would have to rip it all out and do it anew. And that is incomparably more work than keeping the future in mind from the get-go. Rave setup. Oh, please. I'm not really into raves or techno. I like electronic music, but it's like if it's too many BPMs, then I'm kinda out. Though sometimes BPM wise, I sometimes like listening to black metal with double blast kick drum, and that thing can be fast. Yeah, crystal oscillator into K oscillator. Yeah. You are on to doing something fantastic, right? I know. I know you do. Let me put it that way. I will go through the theremin thing first. I only need to build one. Because, well, things are changing in my life, and I'm next year, probably in January, I will start working for a company named Ant Micro, a electronic engineer job, designing the printed circuit boards and that kind of stuff. So I will probably have some pretty nice income by my standards, but buying the original music instruments from the West, it's still gonna be quite expensive, so I'm not going to buy the Moog theremin or synthesizers. I'm gonna DIY that like I'm always doing. And there's always a lot of fun in DIY. No! Yeah! You know what, Joe? Having some stable source of income, I think it's gonna help a lot with my mental health problems. At least it will let me... At least it will let me go to therapy, so I think it's gonna change things for the better. Because all this trying to make ends meet for all the time, it's been years. It's been 3 years I've been living here, and all I did to make ends meet, it was repairs. It was doing some projects, but there's hardly any income in it. My channel is strictly non-commercial and non-monetized, not eligible for monetization anyway. I only lately started to have some income from Patreon that allows me to support my favorite creators and pay for the Patreon expenses. So I could say that thanks to Bob, thanks to Cynthia, that I broke even on Patreon, because before that it was more cost than benefit. It was no benefit. Now I can support Fran, I can support Big Clive, I can support EV Blog, I can support Mr. Carson's Lab, and I can support Usagi Electric. Those are the creators that I support on Patreon. And at least I'm not getting depressed from wanting to support my favorite creators and having no means to do that. Yeah. Bloody theremin! I meant the bloody fireman! Yeah, having job stability is good, indeed. I just hope that me being on the autism spectrum is not gonna cause too many problems. I'm diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. I've been since I was 17, and I also suspect that I'm ADHD, not the advanced dial home device kind, but the attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder. Though I wouldn't call it disorder. It's like a part of us being different. Though sometimes there are hardships, sometimes there are problems with what I want to do, but I can't do. What others want me to do, but I can't do. And I need some support or some life hacks to get things going. Superpowers. Haven't missed the... Oh shit, I missed the woofles. Sorry for that. Thanks for reminding me. Oh yeah. Clive couldn't woofle because he was in a place where fire precautions apply. And here? None of those fire precaution rubbish. Here I can woofle all I want. No one's gonna stop me from that. No one. It's just the thing that the ceiling is something like 4 meters above the floor. So from this point, I still got something like 2.5 meters to the ceiling, and the flammable objects in the lab, because I've got my speaker systems above the desk. I've got a shelf above the desk, above the window, but the woofle flame is not gonna reach them, and also if it did, it's a little bit too short to actually catch fire. Like, you would really have to have the either a higher temperature or longer time for heating things up. And at the far end of the flame, it's not that much of a risk of things catching fire. Yeah, burn your house down with the lemons! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these? Backup hairspray. I need to get that. Now I use way less hairspray for my hair. And I still got some nice Betty bangs. It's just because I use a curler that's the one that I modded. But after I modded it, it still gets hot. It uses half the power, but it still gets hot. I think it would need a thermal switch or some other way of regulating the temperature so that it doesn't get too hot. Maybe I should put a PTC resistor in series with the heating element, but then I would have to fiddle a little bit with the type of the PTC resistor, with the power, with the resistance function, resistance temperature characteristic. I wonder if there was a built-in PTC so that the heater element doesn't get too hot, and if I can replace the thing. Yeah, color fully loaded, locked and loaded. Do I have a fire extinguisher around my lab? No, I don't. I'm doing things the YOLO way. And though I've got a hose in my bathroom, it's like 20 meters long, that maybe not 20 meters, but make it 15. Then I can, if I need to, if anything catches fire, I can just grab the hose from the bathroom and run and power some water on the fire. No, and if it's electricity, then the RCD will probably do the job of cutting the power off. Yeah, it won't work on lithium, but I don't really have too much lithium apart from the battery in my headphones. That's 18650 for ya. My Bluetooth headphones. Nah, it's not exactly a soldering iron. Though way back when I was a kid in the 90s, I was thinking about making a soldering iron out of my mom's old curler. Didn't follow up on that project because what could I do back then anyway? With very basic tools, like I didn't even have all the screwdrivers I wanted. I only had one or two screwdrivers and one or two pairs of pliers. Maybe a saw. And I didn't have a drill. Only basic hand tools because yeah, my parents would probably think that giving me a real deal soldering iron or a drill would be too dangerous for a kid around 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. And I think that I got my soldering iron when I was 14 or 15, I think. I'm not sure. But then when I got it, I got into electronics way more than before, because before I did some experiments with an old Soviet experimenting kit named Electronica. I don't know the model name, but it was pretty much a counterpart of the Elenco kit, the one that Fran featured. But it didn't have the 7-segment display for sure. It had integrated circuits with a bunch of transistors in a single package, but none of that logic rubbish. It had the same style of spring contacts and jumper wires that you see on Elenco, and all the instructions were in Russian, so I could only read the schematics and figure out what they did, build the circuits. I also did build some circuits from magazines and books, and yeah, that's how my adventures in electronics started. Like one of the first circuits I built was a multi-vibrator blinking a light bulb. Yeah, soldering gun. In Poland they were pretty popular. A transformer with very heavy gauge wire on the secondary. In one point there was a piece of wire, the tip, that is a lot lighter gauge, and because it has more resistance, it heats up to the solder melting point, and yeah, I don't use mine anymore, but I still keep it for any tasks when I need a lot of power. And it always makes me think about Glasslinger. because Glasslinger always uses a soldering gun. I haven't ever seen a soldering station on that channel. Let me grab mine and show you. Has a missing tip. Haven't used it for a long time. Not sure if it's the 100-watt mod or something else. And the enclosure has seen better days. It's pretty badly cracked on the butt. Makes me wish those things were more durable if, in case it falls down on the floor. But that's also the first soldering tool that I got. Not this one exactly, but the same style was my first. My father bought it. Gave it to me as a present. Not sure if it was a holiday present or a birthday present, but yeah, I remember that one. Also got one of my first multimeters. I think I got it from my science teacher in the middle school. It's a Soviet one. Oh no, I got a different one from her, but this one I might have bought somewhere on a flea market, probably in the late 1990s or early 2000s, very early 2000s. I was pretty young back then, and I think this was my very first multimeter. It's C20 made in the USSR. Makes me wanna do a teardown for ya. I think I will do a teardown of this multimeter. Phil says, asks if I used it as a hammer. No, I didn't. It used itself as a hammer for the floor. None of my labs is a low gravity setting, unfortunately. So things falling down on the floor is always a consideration. Makes me wish I could work in a low gravity setting. But I probably wouldn't be up for the job for a longer time. If you look at all the low gravity training, I probably wouldn't even be able to withstand that. Not even sure that Fran could. Yeah, regular light wire for tips. The Polish soldering guns, they use regular wire like 2.5 square millimeters or 1.5 square millimeters. They are perfect for the job, but they get used pretty quickly because the copper, some of the copper either melts or sublimes, making the cross-section in the hottest area smaller, and the smaller it gets, the more resistance there is, and the more power dissipation. And of course, the more power dissipation it gets hotter, and the hotter it gets, the quicker it sublimes or melts down. So this is just an excursion, like if you've got if you've got the temperature or deterioration rate versus time you use the tip. First it's pretty flat. And then it rises and rises and rises pretty quickly, and ultimately you have to replace the tip. It all is coming back. Yeah, enjoy forever. Yeah. Watching Diode Gone Wild, Steven, that's nice. Yeah, I'm also a fan of him. Like, Diode Gone Wild would be in the Central Europe, in the former Eastern Bloc, pretty much an equivalent of Big Clive. And yeah, he is to Big Clive like I am to Fran, only I don't have that much popularity, and his channel is quite big, hundreds, thousands of subscribers. But yeah, I like his insight on electronics. I like how thorough he is when doing device and component teardowns. Like, if you have a dev adapter, he will take it apart, and not just that. Not just will he take the dev adapter apart and analyze the circuit, point out all the shortcomings with the PCB design, like the safety considerations, all that kind of stuff. But he will also take out the switch mode power supply transformer, and he'll take it apart to see how many turns are there, how good the insulation between the primary and secondary side is, what the wire is made of, because sometimes you've got the copper-coated crap. Triple C, copper-coated crap. That would be copper-coated aluminum or copper-coated steel. It's not that rare anymore. You can never trust the industry that they will use the real deal copper in the transformer. Are we back to the Soviet times when there was a line of Soviet television sets named Rubin, and those were initially those were the based on vacuum tubes. By the way, let me show you something. This is a 6P45S power pentode. It was used for the horizontal deflection circuits on the Rubin. Either horizontal deflection or the high voltage generation. It's roughly an equivalent of EL509, and yeah, the plate admission power is something like 35 watts. The base is magnoval, and I got a bunch of those tubes and used them as a pass tube in my power supply. Those were used in the Rubin TVs, but back to the Rubin transformers. You could never know what they were made of, because they could be made with copper windings, but they could as well be made with aluminum windings. And they were big, they were heavy. At some point they were pretty easy to get, and I even had 2 or 3 of them. Let's see what's going on in the chat. That's for 0102 SMD components, right? 0102. I bet I couldn't solder those. I bet I couldn't solder those if my life depended on it. It's just too small. I can do 1206. I can do 0804, but I don't think I can do anything smaller. It's just my hands are a little bit too shaky for that. Yeah, Rubin was an X-ray machine. Oh yeah, the CRT, and also probably the high voltage diode rectifier. They did emit significant amounts of X-rays. Yeah. Electronics needs ingredients list. That's called the bill of materials. Oh, Joe, with those tensor strands, I think it's more of an electrostatic charge thing. Because all the CRTs, when they work, if you move your hand close to the screen of a working TV, you will feel the static electricity. You could sometimes even see some sparks, hear some cracks. I remember that one pretty well. It's been an hour now. Makes me wanna do the teardown of this one. Some time to recombobulate and let's do the teardown. Some project going on the bench. Yeah. Taking a look at the chat. Pretty soon. Yeah, why do magnets affect CRTs? Because there's an electron beam in CRTs, and electron beam is deflected both by electrostatic and magnetic field. That's electrostatic deflection happens in oscilloscope because there are two sets of horizontal and vertical deflection plates in the oscilloscope CRT, and by applying different voltages across those plates you can deflect the beam both in the horizontal and vertical axis, but in TV CRTs, TVs, monitors, that kind of stuff, the deflection it's not done by electrostatic field, but by the magnetic field. There are coils around the neck of the CRT, and that is what does the deflection. It is scanned horizontally, and by each scan, each horizontal scan, the voltage on the vertical axis rises slightly. It's something like a stepped curve, and line by line, after the voltage reaches the maximum, it goes back to the lowest value, and all this horizontal scanning repeats. So if we could use some pseudocode, then it would use a for loop, like like for line in lines, well, that would be the most nested loop, and for frame in frames, for line in lines, line scan, and after the inner loop is done, then raise the voltage. Oh, let's see if it was not a fluke. Do a teardown and see if it was not a fluke. If you watch the Lockpicking Lawyer, then you'll know this one. Of course it's Soviet tech. Why would it be fluke? None of that American rubbish. It's pretty nice. And I see that if you take a look here, it ain't gonna work. Like the meter is already in a discombobulated state when it comes to measuring the resistance. There's no battery in it. 4.1 volts and 1.4 volts. There's been some wild thing going on in here. But if you take a closer look at the connections inside, let's zoom on in. Those thin wires and also those spools of wire, they are actually resistors. And all done on terminal blocks, point to point. All points to point, no PCB. And a resistor ladder on a plastic frame. Also point to point. It's so simple. Thing of beauty, joy forever. Like the connections are not broken, and they don't seem broken. I might at some point reverse engineer the thing. Here you can see the function switch. DC, resistance, AC. And by the way, there are two germanium diodes. This would be the AC connection. I guess that it goes through different resistors. Yeah, this would be the rectifier. Yeah, I might try to reverse engineer the thing and determine where I should connect the battery if I want to use this meter for measuring the resistance. I might also take a closer look at the meter itself and straighten the needle because it's quite bent. But I bet now you can see it. Yeah, simple like Kalashnikov. Why hasn't Fran done a video on AK-47? I don't know. Let me ask her. Hi Fran, do you wanna make a video on AK-47? Yeah, like AK-47 would be an excellent example of simplicity in mechanical engineering. Like, I think that simply doesn't break. It's so reliable, even if you put it back together with some mistakes. It's not finicky. It will work. That's also why I like the Soviet tech. It just works. It's so simple that it just works. Doesn't really need any precise adjustments because you know, in military there's in the Soviet military there was not really any place for finesse. All was quite good, quite primitive even, and yeah, not too much precision to care about. Glossy nails. I just didn't have too much time to full-on paint them. Thanks. Might have another one for you. Also a Soviet multimeter, but from what I know it's working, and yeah, it needs some love, it needs some recombobulation. It's pretty dirty. Where was it? Where'd I leave it? Oh, for crying out loud, where is it? Oh yeah, here it is. Spudgers gonna spudge. Interestingly, it ain't coming off. I fear I might damage it, so I'd rather not do it. Using some WD-40 to clean the panel. Without taking off the knobs. Time for a little teardown and restoration on this one. It even has a capacitance measurement using a impedance bridge, and in order to do that, I think you are supposed to connect the meter and the capacitor under test to the mains voltage. There should be some instructions on the back side of the meter. Just a little bit too much dirt. Shining it like a latex clothing. Kinda similar. This is the zero adjustment potentiometer. Oh, it's a pity that the backside was missing, and the ohm-meter battery I bet I really should post the picture of this battery on EV blog. Look at that! Look at that! Yeah! There's some spongy residue, or was it paper? And of course there is a lot of metal oxide on the contact, on both contacts. Those are the resistors for measurements of current. And let's discombobulate the meter some more. Getting into it is pretty simple. See, there are also threaded inserts for the cover, but the cover was missing. Gotta use a different screwdriver to get into those holes because they are quite deep. Discombobulating. Oh, come on, what's going on there? Oh. I also forgot about cleaning the binding post area. Also this one. Should be nicer. And just look at this. An absolute thing of beauty. I don't think I ever saw how this meter looks on the inside. And it looks astonishing. Absolutely fantastic. Then the cam switches here. Those are high quality ceramic cam switches. And now I see why I couldn't take off the knobs. Because those knobs, they are integrated with the metal, with the metal tube, and if you take it out, take a closer look at how it looks like. Absolutely a J forever and a thing of beauty. Wonderful, high quality Soviet electrical engineering. Gets 10 out of 10 and the Keritech electronics seal of approval. While the previous meter would look quite cheap-ish, this one definitely takes the cake. Let's do some well-deserved cleaning and restoration on this one. By the way, it also gets me thinking about my place in tech. Like because I live where I live, because I live in Poland, maybe it has disadvantages. It has disadvantages when it comes to prices on the global market. Like if you want to buy something on eBay, then it's way harder to do that when you're Polish on the Polish income compared to what you would be able to buy if you were, for example, American or British or Canadian or Australian. But in the Western countries, you mostly have the Western tech, the test equipment, the hi-fi equipment, and indeed, plenty of it is nice quality, sometimes very remarkable, but then there is a sea or even an ocean of technology around the world that is very underappreciated, and by that I mean the Soviet and other formerly communist technology. Like back until the 80s, 90s, there was this thing named COCOM embargo that prevented the technology transfer from the West, from America, from Western Europe to the Eastern Bloc. That's why you hardly you can't really find, for example, Tektronix or Hewlett-Packard test equipment in those countries. It just wasn't there. Moreover, the high-end equipment in those times, if it was all the test gear, it was available all to institutions only, like universities. Moreover, you had to have a good justification if you were an institution and wanted to get some better stuff. You had to have a good justification for that. Like, why not the domestic test gear? Why not the Soviet or made in a different country of the Eastern Bloc? Why does it have to be that Fluke or Keithley or Tektronix or Hewlett-Packard, that kind of stuff? And that is why Western high-end electronics is very hard to come across nowadays in Poland. Let's read the chat. Yeah. Algorithm bot. Yeah, polishing the knobs. But polishing the knobs on such a thing of beauty. Just look at the resistor holders here. Plastic clamps holding a row of MLT resistors. By the way, those are my favorite kinds of resistors. Got a whole bunch of them at the bench in my lab. Like, they are the favorite resistors that I put into amplifiers. And look at this. This is a real deal potentiometer. None of that smallish rubbish. A real deal. This thing was built to last. Built like a Soviet tank. Good old Soviet technology. And look how the cam switch works. First of all, there is a disk underneath this plate and a ball bearing with a flat spring. This ball bearing ensures that that the switch has steps you can identify and feel. Look at those cams, how they move. Thing of beauty. There is a bottom contact and a top contact, and when a cam moves in and it contacts the bottom one, it will be pressed against the top one, and the force exerted on it will ensure the contact. It's all resistors, plus 2 germanium diodes on the meter. There's a bundle of 5 wires going to the meter itself and the rectifier. Looks like there has been some thermal damage over here, but nothing too serious. And those wires, they are nicely tied together, like I do on the more advanced projects of mine. Like the Mix-01 mixer that I built at some point. got all the wire bundles tied with polyester cord, and that's just indestructible. Yeah, don't rub off the decal, of course. Latex jokes always rub you in the right way. I thought you would be talking about rubber jokes. They do rub you in the good way. That's what rubber is for. Oh, and I missed another UFO. Mr. UFO? Not a problem. We'll take it from here. How can I miss my waffle? Time to try and put it back together. I only need to make sure that the knobs are not turned 180 degrees. That's gonna take some reverse engineering on my part. Oh, maybe screw reverse engineering. Let's just do it there. It's either 2.5 or 1000 volts. Then I think I might as well use a battery to identify which one is which. Soviet tank is not a flattering analogy. Or is it not? I think that in engineering it is. But yeah, it's not politically correct anymore with Putin's war. Fuck Putin. I hate the guy. But the old military tech from the USSR, it was excellent build quality, and it's just great engineering, plain and simple. Yeah, so nothing happens. Nothing happens. Why does nothing happen here? Let's get the ohm meter and test the... It's working. So at least this one is working. I would expect that if I connected the voltage between the asterisk and U, then I could measure it. Genie of the lamp stream. Am I cosplaying an anime girl? Not exactly. Off-center throat barrel. We have one T-34 in Gdańsk as a monument. I might take a closer look and see whether the barrel is drilled off-center indeed. That's pretty interesting. By the way, have I even tested if my test subject is okay? 1.47. So theoretically I should have a voltage on this one. Now this is the pink wire. This one is for measuring the voltages. It goes through this resistor. That's not right. Interesting. No, this one goes to the ohm meter. So this contact would be for the voltmeter. if I turn it around by 180 degrees, switches over to this one. So by the power of deduction, I might find where this thing goes. Not here, not here. It's a yellow wire that goes... it goes here. This does not look all too nice. And it goes all the way here. But then I want to find what position on this switch pertains to AC and what is for DC. So I need to look at this purple wire. This goes here. This goes here. Where's the third one? The third one goes somewhere around here. It goes here. Interesting. Yeah, not even the Soviet tech is safe from me. And by the way, I would be pretty glad if I got my hands on some old Soviet space tech. Curious Mark got his hands on a Sputnik, no, not Sputnik, but the Soyuz program clock. And that one is magnificent. Not even the Soviet space tech is safe from me. I wish. I wish. No. Looks like it's gonna be a bigger project. to figure out what's going on with this lovely meter. Try to put some current through it. Try to find out what resistance it poses to the current. DC current 9.5. There's something wrong with the current measurement on higher ranges. Houston, we have measurement. We have some measurement. Interesting. And indeed, very strange. Like, I got measurement when I pointed to voltage, but connect the cables to current measurement. Should I try to connect the voltage binding post and try to measure current on those? Strange. Nothing. I should get some. This is a 1.5 volt battery. More robust and modded Soviet tech. Well, send me a vintage Big Muff from Russia. Then I will mod it for ya. Like doing a true bypass mod on a Russian Big Muff. That could do the job pretty nicely. Ah, it's G-Shock. Yeah, it's a Soviet meter, yeah. Yeah, 70-year warranty. By the way, any marking on this one? It was made in 1972. End of the Apollo era. It's end of the Apollo era with some cool tech. Bask in the Soviet glory of a vintage multimeter. Just looking at this thing. I will really have to look at the schematic for this one. C435. I gotta look for an Internet Archive version of the schematic. Oh, come on, for crying out loud. Do I not have the... keyword set on my browser for that one. And we're going way back to see if it was not a fluke. No, just a bunch of photos of this multimeter. Yeah, there's hardly anything that can get broken with this meter, right? I know, I only have to be sure about the positions of the switches after I removed the knobs for cleaning. I'm not sure if they are in the right positions or inverted. Looks like I found some schematic. Yeah, that's very nice. It turns out that the connection on the diode through the resistor, this one goes to this contact. So I can verify if it's true. That's right, that would be the ground for the meter. One moment, please. I will print the schematic and it's always better to do it on paper. Page number 9. And I will be right back with the schematic. Oh my goodness, my printer is on its last legs. I will really have to replace the black ink for it. In the meantime, looks like I will have to use a different printer. Okay, let's print it. Let's use the same paper for that. That's a lot better. See? Thing of beauty, joy forever. No, the printer is not Soviet. Though I wish I had a Soviet teletype and modify it to work as a terminal for my Linux systems. UM110B. That's nice. Hi Mouse, nice to see you again. An Eastern fluke. Hello kitties and mouse, yeah. Okay, so it doesn't have the part values in the schematic. Okay. There is also a table of connections per position in the manual book for the multimeter. And those are the contact numbers of the switches. Wondering if there are any markings on the switch itself to identify those contacts. Those switches in the schematic, they are marked A, B, and W. The Cyrillic W looks like B in the Latin alphabet. And then the W would be this switch. It is for the function. The B would be for the voltage. That would be, yeah, this is the voltage. That would be then the B switch. Let's move the schematic so that you can see it. Do you see all of it? Yeah. So, the switch number A would be this. The switch number B for the voltage would be this. And then the switch number W that has the contacts around the meter bridge and also here would be this. So, in the DC voltage measurement position, let's try. This would be the DC voltage measurement position, and on this switch I should be having the why am I having all the contacts off on this switch when I really should be? Oh, I put it to current measurement. I should have the I should have some contacts working on this switch in the DC current measurements, but I don't. I've got two of them working in the AC measurement. That's very strange. Oh! That's a very interesting thing that I just noticed. I would never expect that one. It turns out that all those knobs, taking a look at them, see? If it's pointing up, it is slightly diagonal, the bar inside. Let's have a better view on this one. Slightly diagonal. Try another one. It's more diagonal. And let's try this one. Pointing up. And it's almost completely opposite. They are all different. The crossbar in the knob is at a different angle with respect to the direction the knob points to. And this is a complete Kamegotzer. But it also will help us to determine the function of each one of those switches, because if I just put the switch in the resting position, I should have two resting positions on this switch, one left and one right, and this would be the left position. And now the question is, which one of those knobs I can match to the function switch so that it points in the resting position. And it looks like I just identified this knob to be the function switch. And it should be in this position. I will now put the spring on it, and that's one. That's one knob identified. So this is recombobulated, and time for the rest of them. Those two might be actually a little bit harder. For the current switch, I will have to identify the positions, the single contact positions, the 1 milliampere and 50 microampere and 75 millivolt. This is the 1 milliampere. Looks like there's no position in between them. So I will have to look for a position where I transition from having two contacts to having a single contact. And that would be 1 milliampere. Would it be this one? Or would it be this one? Looking for the 1 milliamp position. Not yet, not yet. Looks like we have a winner chicken dinner. And by the logic of elimination, pointed to 1 milliampere. By the logic of elimination, this leaves us with the voltage knob, and I will also have to look for a single to double transition that takes place between 1 kilovolt and 500 volt according to the instructions manual. This is a single. So this would be the 1 kilovolt position. And it looks like the third knob is recombobulated. It will be time to put the meter together and test it. Okay, so let's test the current flowing through a flowing through the meter from the battery. Test the battery. Oh, I'm testing the voltage again. So it's understandable that this is not gonna work on this binding post. But it is gonna work on this one. Just look at it. Half an ampere will make the pointer fly up outwards. This is exactly that case. Let's move on to measuring the voltage. Setting the function to voltage and range to 2.5 volts. Should be pretty nice. Looks like our meter is working pretty fine now. After recombobulating those knobs, who would have thought? Just who would have thought that they would do it in such a kludgy way? By the way, one thing worth noticing is the resistance measurement. If you have the function switch set to resistance, but don't have the test leads connected at all, it won't eat up the battery. It's a good design. It ensures that then the battery is used only when you are in fact measuring the resistance. And that would conclude my fight with this multimeter, and time to recombobulate it. It was a fun one. I'm very glad I could take a look at it. I will also have to find a suitable battery for the ammeter and make a cover plate for the meter because it was missing. And then I will have a fully functional multimeter. It's very nice to know how this thing was built. A little bit similar to the UM3, the Polish one that I once did a little teardown and probably also a repair video at some point. Yeah, you'd think they'd mark the knobs if they were specific to each switch. Bloody Soviets! Bloody Soviets indeed. Yeah, a crooked knob. Hi Claire, by the way. I was doing stuff at the bench. Let's get back to the desk. Let's get back to the desk. But yeah, this Soviet meter, it's very interesting, it's beautiful, and I'm quite glad that I took a closer look and tried restoring it. And yeah, the unforeseen consequences happen all the time in electronics. Also got the V640 on my backbench, but I'm not gonna discombobulate that one. Like, if that's the production meter, then I'm not really gonna touch it. I don't wanna break it. Not really break it, because I repaired a bunch of those V640 meters, both mine and my customers, and on one of the hacker spaces that I visit in Gdańsk. So I could call myself a vintage test gear repair woman. And tell you what, when I first visited the hackerspace Pomorze, we have, by the way, we have 2 hackerspaces in my city. One of them is named Hackerspace Trójmiasto. The other one is named Hackerspace Pomorze. Then the history behind those two is that the latter, Hackerspace Pomorze, is a splinter cell of Hackerspace Trójmiasto. There was some conflict between the founding members that drove the separation between the two. But I kinda don't get it. It's mostly it's just politics, and politics, you know, many blood-sucking creatures. That's why I don't have anything against neither of them, and I mostly come to Hackerspace Pomorze because it's a lot closer to where I live. But every time I need to pick up something from an electronics parts shop way up north, I visit Hackerspace Trójmiasto because it's on my way. So I visit them, see how things are going. Sometimes I even do some repairs in the place. But the first hackerspace I visited was Hackerspace Pomorze, and I'm mostly active in that one. I go there every Thursday, and the first thing I did when I visited them, it was over a year ago, was repairing an analog oscilloscope, the 2-channel one. My first visit there was fixing a scope. And I became very much liked in the place. Then I stuck with them. I don't have a formal membership because I'm very low income, and they have a membership fee of 100 PLN, 100 zloty. That's quite a significant amount for my budget, so I still don't have a formal membership, but when I get that electronic engineering job, I will become a member, a formal member for them. And maybe I will also become a member for the other ones. No, I don't go there all too often, so not sure if I'm gonna do that. But I also fixed some other gear, like a function generator, like the other single channel scope. Did a lot of good stuff in the place. Like they know that I'm the girl who knows her stuff. And as for the others, Hackerspace, I also fixed one of their scopes and a V640 multimeter that they have. So they also like me. Yeah, Coco. Merry Christmas. Mwah. 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 I love that cat. Hopefully he doesn't bite me. Mroo. Mr. Clinton. Yeah, I guess I do have a bit. I do have a bit of anxiety. I do have some fears about the company I'm going to work for. Like, it's also the Polish business culture that's. Sometimes it's a little bit too feudal, like a manor farm, and the companies where owners think that they are gods, they can do everything, they can treat the workers like shit. For crying out loud. Not like in Western Europe, not like, and I guess it's pretty similar to what can be found in America. Love bites. Yeah, Soviet tank showcasing as a drinking utensil. One moment, please. By the way, let me show you an upcoming project. Here we are. Got no schematic drawn for this one, I guess. Maybe I should take a closer look at my notebooks. I probably had it somewhere in Kerry's Journal of Science and Technology, and what things you will find here. I confabulate the bench. Some schematics for the amplifiers I am building, and some reverse engineering projects, and bench projects for the bench next to me. Some modifications of amplifiers I am building, but that's not the thing. This is the DJ mixer block schematic for the mixer I was recently modifying on my channel. That's how it looks like. The empty ZVFD-CLK, the multiple time zone vacuum fluorescent display clock that I'm gonna build with that Soviet VFD, but still the empty ZVFD-CLK and some other projects. Some Nixie controls. Power box, also an upcoming project. This was probably the UM3 meter reverse engineering project, but this was also some reverse engineering project, I guess. Snake termination for multi-pair audio cable, power converters, some microphone preamplifier that I haven't built, the power amplifier for something, some concept drawings and some more preamplifiers, mixer concepts, measurement die box. I was going to do to that one. And there's also something related to my mixer. This yeah, this those are the notes from the Simtron projects. MTZVFD-CLK. This is the SER84LJ, the Little Red Devil amp. Now, looks like I don't have this this project in this book. It might probably be on one of the loose sheets, but okay. No schematic? Then no schematic, but let's see what it is. If it's a medical box for sterilization. It's made of stainless steel, and I've got places for holes punched into it and on the sides, and also a hole on this side. And some components that might look a little bit familiar if you've been following Fran's channel, especially the other channel, but this is gonna be my first effect pedal that I'm gonna build. Like ain't got too much time now to work on it, but the design is here, and this is gonna be the foot switch, the best I could find in my local electronics shop, but I will certainly have to look for something better on Amptone, a website, a shop that deals in guitar electronics. And this is gonna be the remake of Maestro FZ1, the first fuzz pedal ever, designed in early 1960s, but when the manufacturer launched it, it was not an immediate success, but it was only in 1965, I guess, when the Rolling Stones released a song named let me Rolling Stones oh yeah, then the Rolling Stones when they released Satisfaction, then the mega hit that was the effect used on guitars on that song, and it was so cool. Just every budding guitar player who wanted to go for the Stones sound was immediately intrigued, and sales on those effects skyrocketed. And if you take a look at the schematic of the Maestro LZ1, you will see that it's made with 2 transistors. It's just 2 transistors doing the job. It's far from perfect, and its output impedance was quite high. That probably also contributes to the sound, because you can't just look at an effect pedal itself. You have to look at it in the context of what feeds it, and where the output signal goes, and by that I mean the impedance of the source and the impedance of the load. Like if you have a low impedance load and a high impedance, high output impedance on the effect pedal, it's gonna attenuate the signal, and probably also act as a low pass filter, because there's always some capacitance along the way. For example, then the cable itself, the input capacitance of an amplifier or a subsequent effect. So it's not just the pedal that you're making that affects the sound, but also what's connected with it. And let me see, I won't show it to you right now, but FZ1 schematic. Where's the real deal original schematic for this one? Yeah. No, this is not that, because one moment please. Transistors are... Oh. Did it use 3 transistors? Interesting. I thought it was 2. Maybe I just confused it with a fuzz face. Anyway, the FZ1 uses 3 germanium transistors, and those transistors are type 2N270, and I've got a bunch of vintage germanium transistors type SFT308 that come from Eastern Germany. A bunch of vintage germanium transistors. Real deal germanium from Germany. Look at those. It's a thing of beauty and a joy forever. All new. Never used. Let's count them. Of course, if I want to make pedals with them, I will have to match them. Every good pedal maker matches their transistor. That would be 20. That would be 30. 40. Oh, did I make a mistake? Oh, for crying out loud. Gotta think of a better process of doing that. That's done. Twenty. 30. 40. 50. 60. 70. 80. 90. 100. 110. 119. Vintage germanium transistors. If I were to use all of them, then I would be able to build 39 pedals, but Keritech is not friend-owned, and I will not go for serial production. I will only make one or maybe a handful of them, and yeah, It's also the thing about the transistors that there's a high risk that I'm gonna be left with a lot of transistors that I can't match. So this is gonna be the dead stock that I can't use for the project. And by the way, for the name, it comes from the one of the Discord servers that I'm a part of. Either the Pedal Playhouse server or the Emily Hopkins server. And at some point I saw a phrase "fuzzy pussy" on in one of the discussion, and I decided to adapt it for the project. Okay, let's. By the way, the Maestro FZ1. Guess what the value is on the volume pot that feeds directly to the output? It's 500 kilo ohms, which means that the output impedance is 250 in the center position, because we've got no, it's not 250, it's 125 kilo ohms in the center position, because then you've got virtually two resistors, half of the volume of the pot, connected in parallel. And that would be 2 times 250 kilo ohms in parallel, 125. It's very high, and connecting it to an amplifier. If you have a typical vacuum tube guitar amplifier input stage, it has a pair of input jacks. One of them is high sensitivity, and the other one is low sensitivity. And while the high sensitivity feeds either directly or through a grid stopper resistor to the grid on the input tube, it typically has 1 megohm to the ground, but the low sensitivity input uses an additional voltage divider that halves the input voltage, and this voltage divider is typically something like 68 kilo ohms to 68 kilo ohms. That would mean that the input impedance would be something like twice the 68k, which is almost 140 kilo ohms. And this also means that if you connect the FZ1 to the low sensitivity input of a guitar amplifier, the output impedance will be comparable to the input impedance of an amplifier with something around 6 decibel attenuation. And with that high impedance, you also have to take into account the input capacitance, like picofarads on the input or on the cable between the pedal and the amplifier, because all the cables they either way. Why am I still at the bench? It's just chewing rags. Why am I not here and at the bench not showing you stuff? Anyway, back to what I was talking about. If we have over 100k output impedance on the pedal and a bit over 100k input impedance on the amplifier, then all the capacitances between and on the output, on the input of the amp, it matters. It forms a low pass filter affecting the sound, and this is also how those things sounded like way back when. You probably won't recreate the same sound if you used a solid state amplifier, even if it can simulate the tube amplifier, just because it might have a way lower input impedance. Germanium fairy! Yeah. Let's see, the mysterious box, like Zdzisiek said. Full bridge rectifier. What was going on in the chat anyway? Fuzzy Wuzzy, no, not Fuzzy Wuzzy, but Fuzzy Pussy. Fuzzy Wuzzy was Frantone. I would be quite happy to lay my hands on some Frantone pedals. Ain't gonna happen unless I go up there to Philadelphia and visit Fran. Makes me wish I could. I love her so much. And she's a huge inspiration for me, like I said many times before. No, it was not AC-187, it was SFT-308, an East German pretty much equivalent. Yeah, I do have a stock of vintage semiconductors from the times where they were worth almost nothing, and now everyone wants them! Makes me wish I could lay my hands on more vacuum tubes way back when in 2000s, but I didn't have too much cash. If I did, I would have bought tens or thousands, maybe not thousands, but hundreds. 6S, 33S triodes for the amplifiers because they were pretty much appreciated by audiophiles But the hype didn't really start for them yet. That's why way back when in 2000s, when I went to the electronics flea market in my old city in Łódź, the LKS flea market, if Zdzisiek, if you might remember that one. And that's where I bought a lot of stuff like second-hand tube sockets, like a lot of tubes, and there were also guys from Belarus or Ukraine who were there every week, and they had vast industrial quantities. They had full bags of 6P3As, the 606GC equivalent. They had tons of 6S33S triodes. Those tubes were originally used in Soviet military electronics, like the power supply modules, the voltage regulators for the MiG planes. And oh my goodness, those tubes, they ate so much power for heating itself. They had a two-piece heater that could be run at half power with one of the cathodes being heated up, or full power with two cathodes being heated up. It was basically one triode with two triodes in a single glass envelope with a common grid, common plate, and common cathode, but separate heaters for both of them. Those were two triodes connected in parallel, and if you wanted more power from the tube, you just ran the second cathode. You heated it up, and you could get more from one tube. That also allowed for some redundancy of cathodes, because the grid was basically the same, allowed for more reliability of the tube, but the parameters between the tubes, then the mismatch between the tubes, even the same production batch, it was horrific. So if you wanted to buy a sensible quantity of those tubes and match them for use in push-pull amplifiers, for example, or match them between channels for use in single-ended, let alone push-pull amps, you had to get a very large stock of them and measure them, and then by analyzing the parameters you got, match those tubes, go through lots and lots and lots of them. And to think that I could get them for something like 20 zloty per piece? That's ridiculously cheap. Now they would cost a fortune. One moment, please, let me call Dave. I need that DeLorean from him, and Let's go back to 2003 and buy some tubes in wood. Reading the chat. Kerry has a monopoly going. I wish I had monopoly on vacuum tube amps. Nah, let's not go there. Let's not go there. I secretly dream of being where Eve Ann Manley is. Like she is also an inspiration for me. A entrepreneur who runs Manley Labs in Chino in California. A manufacturer of hi-fi and studio gear built with vacuum tubes. One of the inspirations for me doing tube stuff, the design, the engineering, though. It seems that they have been going pretty cheap lately with switch mode power supplies instead of the old school big transformers. I'm a little bit skeptical about using SMPS in tube stuff. Fran and Kerry stream, of course I want that. I would be very happy if Fran did a stream with me. If we did a joint venture. I would be very happy with if that happened. Yeah, dual cathodes. It was a thing with those tubes. Didn't happen all too often, but I think that sometimes you can see it on transmitting tubes. By the way, one more thing from my lab, one moment please. Just how many times have I said one moment please? Big bad box of semiconductors! To the bench with it. Oh no, the zoom is too big to show it all. And got some vintage silicon power transistors like KD502 and 503. Those were the transistors that I used for building my first solid-state power amplifiers with the designs from Elliott Sound Products. And RCA 2N6237. Let's get some zoom. Toshiba 2N 3773. An unknown part. Lots of parts that are not marked anymore. Those KD transistors are pretty popular. The TG70, this is a germanium transistor made in Poland. A power transistor. Sometimes you found it in amplifiers and power supplies. SU160. Never even heard of this one. The Soviet P213B, and it was attached to the heatsink with a special bracket with 3 holes around the circumference. AD143, also germanium power transistor. AD133, Siemens Hauske, thing of beauty, joy forever. And what's not typical about it is that it has 3 leads, and those leads are flattened, and they have holes in them for attaching the cables. Very unique. This was a MJ3000 made in Britain. Made in Britain. A true British transistor. ADP 670, also germanium, also Polish. AD143 ATAS, I don't know the manufacturer. And also KD502, but what is more interesting is that I've got a bunch of old Polish germanium transistors right here. Also some German germanium. German germanium. OC72 TG5 for transistor germanowy. Germanium transistor. TG39 TG40 AF427, this is also a germanium transistor, but with European numbering scheme. Because at some point around the 1970s, found another SFT308. It can go back to the Fuzzy Pussy project. And another now, this is the TG5. But this is the SFT308. It goes back there. This one T402B, a Soviet one, and another Soviet one, GT402B, Germany transistor. An unknown and unmarked trim. Now, is it unmarked? No. This is TG50. Germanium. TG50, still. AF427. Those two appear matched. TG39. Yeah, still got a bunch of those old germanium transistors in my stock. ASY37. That all is a nice material for experimenting with making effect pedals. Like, I don't know how much I would have to pay if I were to buy those vintage parts now. So I will keep them as an eye in my hand. And also some diodes and some full bridge rectifiers. And you go to the fuzzy pussy box. Where is the fuzzy pussy box? Here it is. Ah, Joe, telling me to drink. Thanks for reminding me, because you know, I constantly forget about keeping hydrated. I keep forgetting about it all the time, and my throat goes dry. And it shows. So, thank you for reminding me to stay hydrated. Fortunately, I don't have to run on limited water. I can have as much as I want. Thanks for caring about it. Oh yeah, Zdzisiek. It's also a thing about counterfeit components. Back in 2000s, I heard about Toshiba 2N3055 being counterfeit. Like Toshiba didn't make those, and they were very unreliable. Oh, it's 11:30, which means, you know it, you want it. You know it, you want it. Making Big Clive proud. Oh, Phil, it's just water in a cola bottle. And the story behind it is that I kinda got a bunch of cola bottles that I got I use for getting sparkling water from a dispenser in a company that I'm friends with. Every now and then, like every 2 weeks or so, I take empty bottles there and fill them with sparkling tap water because right here in Gdańsk we've got very clean tap water. The water purification system, the process, it's just so perfect that you can drink tap water with no problem. You don't really have to use any additional filters unless your plumbing is shitty and you've got flakes of rust falling apart in the pipes and all that kind of nasty shit. But right where I am, it's very good quality and I appreciate it a lot. I never buy sparkling water. I never buy bottled water at all. I just go with tap water, and if I get sparkling water for free because I have access to a dispenser, then I will go for it and just grab some. Yeah, the mother of all woofles. Did the house lift like a hot air balloon? No, it didn't. Though. Yeah, maybe that's my secret goal of launching Keritech into space. But I ain't going into space without Fran. Yeah. Need an extra camera? Where did I have that DSLR? Configuring this thing it's quite tricky. I ain't gonna do it. But at one point I got my old Canon EOS 40D to act as a video camera, as a USB webcam that I could use with OBS. That camera doesn't record sound. It doesn't have a microphone, but I can use it. Pretty nicely in a video-only mode, and I think that when I go to work for End Micro, when I get my paycheck, I will be able to get my hands on a second-hand EOS 5D Mark II or better, and that body, that camera can record full HD videos. Who knows? Maybe I should even go for a 7D. But that would probably happen after a few paychecks. But 7D is way more modern, but I guess it could record videos with 4K resolution if I ever wanted to do that on my channel. I just don't see the point when Kitty, would you please stop tipping the vacuum tubes over? For crying out loud! Okay, Coco is being sweet with me. Hopefully the vacuum tube doesn't lose vacuum. There's no crack on it. I can't see any crack on it, fortunately. Anyway, I don't see a point in doing the 4K just yet, at least, because if you wanted 4K, then streaming, it would be a total bitch for the upload speed, then the transfer, the uplink, a few times more than 1080p streaming, and recording processing, it would take a few times more space on the disk than you have with full HD, and with full HD it's already quite a lot. I would run into having to buy some storage space to keep those videos in the archive, because I keep the video archive on a bunch of HDDs, hands me down. Like whenever I get whenever someone gives me a old HDD that's like 250 gigabytes capacity or something like that, I just keep it for backups, for archiving my data, for my footage. Got a box full of those HDDs, and that's how I archive my stuff. Hi, Cindy. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm still alive. For those who are still alive. Yeah, Coco is testing the tubes on unbreakability. Sabot cat. Cat-proof ruggedized tube. Looks like gutter is still there. Clinton Oscar, it's not Clinton, it's Kilo. Sometimes Coco meows like Mr. Clinton though. Yeah, Morris, not a device to display 4K yet, because I guess it's the domain of some higher grade TVs. Though we have a TV in our bedroom, also a hand-me-down from my friend. A 50-inch Blaupunkt TV that is full HD only. None of that high resolution rubbish. What is full HD on 50 inches? That's pretty low by today's standards. But I got that one for free. Repaired it, had to replace an EEPROM chip and flash a batch file for that to get the TV to work again. But it's working, and we use it as a monitor for watching movies. It does pretty fine. 47 minutes at 4K is 27 gigabytes. 27 gigabytes? I'm like Emmett Brown on 1.21 gigawatts of power. Like, for such a short video, because by my standards, when I'm doing a project build video or repair restoration video, it's easily 1.5 hours, something like that. It would be 50 fucking gigabytes. No way I'm doing that. And all my videos, I record them at 1080p 30 FPS, because the difference between 30 and 60, it's double the bandwidth, but you ain't gonna see it. You ain't really gonna see it unless it's very dynamic. And my videos, chewing rags at the desk and doing stuff at the bench, it's not dynamic at all. Hardly any movement, apart from my hands with the soldering iron. There's no point at all in going for the 60 FPS either. Plus, of course, I'm a absolute fucking cheapskate, using second-hand webcams for recording my stuff. And I tried using cheaper webcams, but it failed. The frame rate was way below 30. But using Logitech webcams, I've got pretty nice experiences with that. The one that I'm using now for the desk is the Logitech StreamCam, and above the bench it's Logitech C930, and I'm considering, after I get some cash, I'm considering getting my hands on a Razer Kiyo Pro for the bench, and then the C930 would be the camera for looking at the test equipment, and I would point it in such a way that if I get it zoomed, it would show what's going on what's going on the scope, because that's where interesting stuff is gonna happen when I do, for example, amplifier testing videos and that kind of stuff. Let's read the chat. Yeah, 1.21 gigawatt. That's I was a little bit both surprised and had a good laugh when I watched Back to the Future for I don't know which time, but when I realized that 1.22 gigawatts is what EEV blog 121 GW meter was referring to. Dave is a fucking nerd, I know that. And I appreciate his passion for Back to the Future, for science fiction, for 1990s movies. Classic stuff. By the way, I also like 1990s science fiction movies and even some action movies. I like the Alien series. I like horror movies like Hellraiser. Alien, of course. The Aliens, then the sequel was what I was talking about. About whether Joan Lambert was trans or maybe intersex. So. like the B-class or even lower movies. I mostly watch them for laugh, like Killer Shrews, like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, like The Toxic Avenger, Surf Nazis Must Die, the traumatizing movie watching experience, trauma films. Kitschy stuff. And I also, at least I used to like German expressionist movies from 1920s, like some gothic horror, Dracula, and then the first Dracula with Bram Stoker, and then the second Dracula. No, it was not Dracula. Then Dracula was one thing, but Nosferatu, eine Symphonie des Grauens from Friedrich Murnau, 1920s, clearly based on Dracula by Bram Stoker, but Nosferatu was way darker, way creepier, and Dracula was a little bit more aesthetic. I mean, was it Lon Chaney who directed Dracula in 1930s with Bram Stoker? Bela Lugosi, of course. Undead. Bela Lugosi is dead. Yeah. Dracula with Bela Lugosi. That's kind of started the aesthetic of his own. And then in 1979 there was Nosferatu the Vampire, a remake of Nosferatu eine Symphonie des Grauens that from Werner Herzog with who played the main part? I had it on the end of my tongue. Boris Karloff, it was the old Frankenstein. Also 1930s if not 20s. That was a movie that was a horrible misconception if you put it against Mary Shelley's novel, because the movie focused on the superficial, the aesthetic part, the visuals. What could be shown as visuals, like showing the creation of the undead being, but the novel, the book, was way more philosophical about ethics, about consequences, about responsibility, about the place of science in the world, like if it can be done, should we still do it? What should we do when we create a sentient being? Does an artificial sentient being have feelings, have rights? Is it do we then the creators, then the humanity, acknowledge then the humanity of the being we create? Those dilemmas, they were there in the 19th century, if not 18th, when Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus. And those dilemmas are hellishly valid now, when we've got all the work on artificial intelligence, on robotics. Who knows? Maybe the science fiction's fantasy about creating synthetic organisms, like, for example, the replicants in Blade Runner, then the synths in Fallout 4 or Wasteland 2. All those numerous examples of artificial synthetic humans, even the old school gothic novels and horror novels and science fiction that deals with creating the golems, artificial beings who started to live their own lives. It has been unresolved for ages the ethics of all the ethical aspects of creating new life through science, because now we can do it through science and technology. Way back when it was mostly through magic. Like Arthur C. Clarke said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and basically what we considered magic way back when, what we considered the stuff of legends, it gradually became explainable through the scientific method, through observation, through measurement, through experimentation and repetition of experiments, through sharing the knowledge through peer review. It gradually became the body of our knowledge about the world. But now, please, let's not get on that one. Then the denialists, like now we've got all kinds of denialists who want to negate all the knowledge, all what we consider obvious facts and truth about the world, but they don't come from a place of having a substantial evidence that would support their point of view and question or even refute the established scientific worldview. They just attack the scientific worldview without coming up with serious counter arguments, with serious evidence to the contrary, and that's an anti-scientific way of thinking, and the power they have it's just they have access to media, to propaganda, and their claims find an easy ground to grow on, because those claims don't need any critical thinking, any intellectual effort to understand. They are easy to accept. They find people receptive to them because those are emotional claims, mostly appealing to people's fears, rather than any rational argumentation standing behind them. and a lot of us call them conspiracy theories, but that has nothing to do with any theory, because in science a theory is a body of knowledge that has been thoroughly tested and proven to work for the input for the conditions it is supposed to work on, and every theory is supposed to be falsifiable. That means that you have to be able to propose an experiment that would make this theory fail in certain conditions that sets the limitations of the theory, because if something can explain everything, it's no explanation at all. You have to be able to know the limits where it fails and where we have to look for better explanation for the new observation. And that's why I'm strictly opposed to using the term conspiracy theory, because it's no theory. It's an idea, sometimes even a pretty complex ideology. And being an ideology, it is supposed to work on individual and collective levels, affecting the way people view the world and interact with it. Like if you attribute, for example, 9/11 to an inside job that has been disproven, it affects your political worldview. Like what should be done in the future to prevent that from happening again, and so on and so on and so on. By the way, it's been 4 hours now. I've been chewing rags and doing a project, showing you cool stuff. And it will be time to say goodbye, and I will have to have something to eat. I'm getting a little bit hungry. Let's read the chat once again. Oh, Maurice, I haven't seen the restored version of Metropolis, though I have seen Metropolis, of course, many times. I love that one. Then, like, Mittler. The mediator between the hands and the head should be in the heart. Then the message behind the movie. Yeah, conspiracy myths. It's a way better term. Yeah, conspiracy busters, like mythbusters, like ghostbusters. Don't cross the streams. Don't cross the streams. Let's cross the streams with Fran. What can go wrong? Okay, time to say goodbye. Have a lovely day or night. Goodbye. Awkward moment.